Hi guys, I would like to shoot a video today demonstrating the power of AI. So I'm gonna use AI to assist me with coding. And I'm gonna do this on my brother's computer. So this computer doesn't have the software that I usually use or that I used to use for programming. And so it's gonna be a step-by-step guide in this case. And I would say this is, it will not be for advanced programmers. It won't even be for, it can be for intermediate or beginner level actually, because I'm going to show a step-by-step guide and I haven't been programming for quite some time. But I have been noticing how much of a help artificial intelligence can be in supporting programming. So the idea today is going to be to implement this idea. So I'm going to create a stock scanner completely for free. And with the support of AI, I'm going to use OpenAI's ChatGPT. So let's see. So the requirements are, of course, you need a computer. We will need an OpenAI account. And we'll probably use a free stock information API. So there are websites that offer access to data regarding stock information, and we're going to do an account there, a free one, and then we're going to use that one. Then we need some Python knowledge. So if we need to install Python, of course we will have to install Python, and then of course it will be helpful to have some basic Python knowledge. Then I'm going to create my own database. So this is probably going to be intermediate level. And I'm going to use a language that I have some knowledge in. So in my case, I'm going to use SQL. And it's going to be we're going to use a free software as well. So we're going to probably use, MySQL. We'll see. And if we want to implement or use this scanner, we're going to need a trading account. So what's the idea, the concept? So the concept is we're going to ask ChatGPT to write the Python code to save time. We're going to use the information from these free APIs. We're going to store the data. We're going to take the data from these websites and we're going to store it in our own database on our computer. And then we're going to just play with this database to find what we need. We're going to create our own scanners to then potentially take some trades. So we have, in this case, I thought it would be cool to have these cases. So maybe just limit ourselves to New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq and look at all-time highs. Look at stocks that closed at all-time highs. This is a simple example. So we're going to limit the universe of stocks to 2 stock exchanges. And then we're just going to look at the industries and the stocks that are currently in a bull market at all-time high. This is our main idea. And then the steps are going to be the following. So we're going to set up our own local database. We're going to install Python. And then we're going to use ChatGPT to prepare the code. After that, we will execute the code to fill our database. Once our database is has been filled, we're going to use a programming languages to talk to the database and create our own scanner. This way, returning the stocks that we're going to take potentially action on. And then we're going to potentially do some trades. So the idea is we have all the information on the web, right, of all the stocks. We're going to use our own database, which we're going to fill, and then we're going to place the order and potentially profit from it. So I added this slide now for ideas that would be cool to do for potential scanners and then take trades, which are going to be the following. And of course, the goal will determine the structure of our database, right? Depending on what we want to do, we're going to have to retrieve the correct information, right? So as I said, it would be cool to find out the industries that are in a bull market, the companies that are at all-time high, and then potentially what we can do is we can use this information to take some trades to take advantage of a potential. Since these are in the bull market, it makes sense to go long on them. And the idea is to check which ones are almost at the all-time high, and that potentially, I mean, usually stocks before reversing, they would test an all-time high. So we're going to trade, we're going to potentially speculate that the stocks go long and speculate that they are going to retest their all-time high. Then it would be cool to find out what companies are doing better than competition. So within an industry, we can check which companies are actually doing better, but have a lower price, so have a lower valuation. So a lower, let's say, price to earnings would be a metric that we can use. And what the bet would be here, the idea would be to play a catch up. So the idea would be that, okay, these companies are actually doing better. Why is the valuation lower? Yeah, why is their ratio lower on a price to earnings ratio, for example? And then as a third potential idea, what we can do is we can check which companies are in such a which stocks are in such a bad shape, so low that they could potentially reverse their downward trend and start a bounce of their lows. And what we're going to use is we're going to use a simple principle and check which companies are down to one of their last Fibonacci retracements. This is usually where you would see companies start to bounce at 768, 886%, so 88% from their all-time high. So between their all-time highs and all-time lows, they should be down at least an 80%, let's say. Yeah? So we're going to look at those companies where the retracement between all-time high and all-time low is at least 80%, let's say. So in this case, it's 886, but of course, it can happen around that number. It's not an exact science, yeah? So we can start. We're going to try and start by setting up our local database and Python. So we're going to use a local database, Python, and then we're going to need something to write the code with. I've seen that we have here already a Notepad++, which is just an advanced notepad where we will use to write code, yeah? And so we can start installing our local database. So for this, we have two options using SQL, which these are two stacks, so VAMP and XAMPP. These are two, let's have a look. So probably you can use VAMP. This is interesting to see. This is in French. Let's see if we can get a yeah, okay, so you can see here VAMP server is a web development platform on Windows. And it's a stack, so it's not a single software. It's actually different packages that will allow us to have a database and manage this database, yeah? So we're going to have a server, we're going to have a programming language framework, we're going to have a database itself. So this is what we're going to use, yeah? So let's download this and install it. Oh, 644 megabytes, quite big. So we're going to use a MySQL database for this. And then we need Python. So we're just going to do install Python in the meantime. Download Python. So just going to download the latest Python. Okay, so Python is ready. Let's add everything to the path. So we're just gonna install it now. So I'm using a separate account on this my brother's computer and gonna install it. Let's have a look that we can start the installation of the server as well, of the database. Okay. Let's use English. Accept. Yeah, okay. Just leave the default. Server install. Okay. Okay, setup was successful. Okay, this is quite a lot larger, but it's going to be useful because potentially we could store all the information for all the stocks on the planet, publicly traded shares, and more assets in general. Okay, let's see. Do you want to? No, it doesn't matter. No, we don't want this. Well, it doesn't matter. We're not going to use it. Okay. We're not going to program. We're just going to use the software that they give us to talk to the database. Okay, so let's check where we are. So as I said, we have Python and them and the database, yeah? So let's start and check if Python works. So let's get back to Notepad and let's do a test, yeah? So let's create a folder here and call this project. So scanner, yeah? Let's just call it stock scanner. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a file in here, a Python file. So let's just okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and just check if Python works. So we're going to save this file on the desktop in our folder, and we're going to create a So this is not going to be a scanner. This is going to be a database field, right? Let's just do it properly. Field database. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, so we have this one running. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take the path, this path here, and we're going to use just our command line to check if it works, yeah? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our folder and we're going to execute this Python file. So we're going to execute the Python file, it's just going to be to start it, yeah? So we're going to use this one when we're going to execute this exact command line in this folder. We're going to have this at our SQL database field by this little program that we're going to prepare in this one file. Okay, so we're going to go to py and then field db.py. Let's check. Okay, and as you can see, it has printed test, which is what we have in here, yeah? So this works. Okay. So if I save it and execute it again, to execute again, I just push the arrow up. So arrow up means it's the last command. If you push it twice, you can see it goes to the second last command. So the last command, just up and down with the arrow up, arrow down. So execute again. This worked. Okay, as you can see, it works. So Python is working properly. It's executing our file. Okay. Now, where are we? We can close this, and we have the SQL server. So we need to check if the server actually works. So it's called vamp, right? So just gonna look for vamp and execute this. Is this any? Okay, so it's starting some programs. Okay, we can see here an icon. None of 3 services are running. All services are running. Okay, we're fine. So let's see. So what we use to talk, so the MySQL is here, and what we're going to use to talk to the MySQL is going to be phpMyAdmin. So this is just a software that allows us to an interface that allows us to talk to the database. Yeah. So let's see where we are at. It should be starting at some point. What is this? Okay, this is useless. So it didn't start anything, right? So let's try again. Maybe because the edge wasn't set up. I'm just having a look. Maybe in the second screen, the second monitor. No. Yeah, maybe we have to restart the computer, potentially. Okay, nothing happened. Okay, so let's see if we have a setting or something we can work on, web setting. So tools. Let's do a restart from 0. Okay. Okay, now we have 2. Interesting. Maybe here. Okay, let's change to Chrome. Interesting. It's starting again. It's restarting. Yeah, it's maybe not the best to have 2 instances running. But it's just a test. So left click, phpMyAdmin. Interface is not showing up. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's try later. Maybe we'll restart the PC and start it. Let me try one last time. So vamp. It's a bit weird. We have Internet Explorer. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna make a difference. Let's try quickly. Ah, okay, there you go. Interesting. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have the address. Maybe we can try using another browser. There you go. Okay, so we have our interface. So this is the program that we use to talk to our database. So the database is MySQL. We're going to use PHP my admin interface to create the database and talk to it. Yeah. So let's see. So PHP my admin default password. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So root and admin. Yeah. Okay, no, password is empty actually. Okay, so okay, we're in. So yeah, it was username root and password is nothing. Yeah. So here we can see we can create our databases on the left. So we're gonna create a database. So we're gonna go under, not under MySQL. So we're gonna create a new database. Okay. So we're gonna call this one stocks. Yeah, just stocks. Create. There you go. Now we have a database, and the database can have different tables. So we're gonna create just one table for our scanner, and we're gonna create. So let's see which columns do we need. Yeah. So we're gonna need some columns. Yeah, for our stocks. So let's not make it too difficult. So we're gonna take a stock has a symbol. Yeah, which is a ticker symbol. Then we have maybe an industry, a name. Let's say name, an industry. We're gonna have what do we want? Maybe the last price. We're gonna have, it's all prepared already so we can copy paste. So symbol, name, industry, last price. We're gonna we want to see maybe the all-time high price. So we're gonna abbreviate this with all-time high price. That should be enough for this example, yeah? Okay. Yeah, industry, just so we know what they're doing, yeah? So which columns do we need, yeah? For this case, we're gonna need, it's gonna be a bit more difficult. So here, the symbol we have, the name we have, industry we have, last price, all-time high price, okay. What we need is potentially PA ratio. So the price to earnings ratio means it shows how expensive the company is compared to its earnings. So in theory, a company that has the same margin and is growing at the same speed should have the same PE ratio, right? So same margins. Yeah, same margin and same growth should be the same speed. So let's check the margin. So we're gonna use margins. Now we can have like the gross margins or maybe the net margins. Let's just do gross margins and net margins. Okay, and we can have the growth. Yeah, so growth, how do we define growth? I would say it's the growth of, at the end of the day, it's the growth of revenue, right? More than growth of, I would say growth of revenue. How much money do you actually get in? Yeah, I think this is probably the most important parameter. So we're just gonna do like growth revenue. Okay. Or revenue growth, sorry. Okay. And revenue growth, no, actually I need to really make it a little bit of order. So price last and price all-time high. So we have some structure. First we say what it is, and then the characteristics. So we're gonna have PE ratio, yeah, margins gross. So it's margins and then gross, and then margins net. It's important to start revenue growth. Okay, cool. So we're just gonna compare margin net revenue growth to the PE ratio in the same industry. Yeah, so industry we have already. Okay, then which companies are at an all-time low? So what do we need? We need, of course, we're gonna need price all-time low. All right, and that's all we need. Yeah. Okay, so in total we need so we're gonna need this. Sorry, symbol name. So I'm gonna put price all-time low after price all-time high. So we have some decent structure, symbol name, industry, and then we're gonna have these ones. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be our database, I suppose. So let's double check our theory. Yeah. So let's go to AI. So ChatGPT. Okay. Let's log in. So here you're gonna have to use an account. I have one. Okay. Let's try. Oh, interesting. So per se, we could use ChatGPT to right away find out what we're looking for. However, I have found that ChatGPT is not that reliable. You cannot make it do all the work. You have to follow and double check what it's doing. So in this case, or in general, I want to check that the values are actually correct. I want to see the numbers and I want to check the numbers. We're not at that stage where we can give all the details. So let's say, let's have a look. So what do we have? So for example, if we say What industries are in a bull market? So what industry at NYSE and Nasdaq, these are two stock exchanges, are in a bull market? What companies are at an all-time high? Okay. Yeah, okay, it doesn't even show any real-time information, yeah, so maybe we have to use Bardia for this. So here we can have a look. Let's say oh, yeah, of course this is all wrong. I mean, what is this? What are these numbers? It's completely wrong. Yeah, okay, so as you can see, it's not great. It's not able to understand. I'm talking about at least 88% from all-time high, and these numbers are completely wrong. I mean, PayPal is 18% down from their all-time high, maybe, if anything. And Zoom as well. I mean, yeah, this is useless. Okay, so as you can see, it's not. Of course, you don't want to rely on just the result from ChatGPT or AI. You want to double check everything. So our idea is to use AI to assist with the coding and preparation of our own database and double check the values, and then use our own brain and our own tools to check. So it's going to be a help, yeah? So we're going to try and correct it. So which... Sure. Let's see. Yeah, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. Amazon 95%. Let's have a look. Amazon, let's check Yahoo Finance. Yeah. 95.4. 95.4. What is it saying? So you can see 137 from 170. Of course, it's nowhere near 5% away. Yeah. There you go. So what's that? So 137 divided by 175. 78%. We're currently at 78%. Okay, so this doesn't work. As you can see, it's not too reliable. But however, what we can do is we can do the following. We can double check if maybe for point number 2, we can improve it. So we can say, what influences the P ratio of company within the same industry? Oh, sorry, P ratio is, I wrote down like a parameter name. The price to earnings ratio of company with the same industry sectors. So earnings growth, yeah, okay. So revenue growth, earnings growth, profitability, the margins, okay. The sentiment, okay, but this will affect all the companies within the industry. Okay, I mean, there can be a sentiment which I mean, of course, the price will be determined by something, right? The lower price. So it might be sentiment, but the market sentiment for one specific company, let's take, for example, what happened with Target or Bud Light, yeah. So that will go away, right? The sentiment. Trends, industry trends. I mean, this is within that industry. Maybe there's a brand increases their value through a marketing campaign. Can be, yeah. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the speculation on that. So we're gonna speculate that there's an asymmetry, and then that there's a temporary. Okay, as you can see, there's a lot of parameters they said here. Dividend policy as well. Okay, dividend policy, interesting. So maybe we have to include the dividend. How about that? Of course, if there's a dividend being paid, the company itself is going to be worth less, right? Because you're going to get some of the value through the dividend. Risk perception, earning. Okay, yeah, let's put dividend, yeah? Maybe let's put... No, I mean, we need both margin net and margin gross, right? To understand the company, right? I mean, it might be that it's earning a lot, but it has absolutely high expenses, so. Okay, so let's do this. Let's create this database, database structure, so this table structure. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna split the screen, probably easiest. So the table name is gonna be called stock. The database stock, so we're gonna use just stock again, to be honest, stocks. Number of columns, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Okay, create. Okay. I hope we can fill all these columns. So we're going to design this table. However, there's a chance that we won't be able to find one of these parameters. I have to get used to this computer. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're doing we're defining the structure of a table, yeah? So the symbol is going to be, what type of data is it? It's going to be it's going to be just text, right? So we're going to do, usually we set variable character. So this is how long it can be. I mean, let's put 10 letters. I've never seen a symbol longer than, I don't know, probably 5 or 6. Default is going to be null for everything, I would say. It can be empty, right? Otherwise you're going to get an error. Let's make it empty. We can always adapt the structure afterwards. The name is going to be also, I don't know, the name can be long, so let's put, maybe not 30, but maybe 30, maybe not 50, 30. Industry is going to be also, I have no idea how long this can be. The price is going to be not too long, right? So we're going to use, it's a number. I usually use float, which is the more flexible. No, let's leave it empty, let's see. So we're just going to use float. Float. It's going to be a number. Float. Revenue is going to be a float. And it's going to be a float. Okay. So did we miss one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, fine. Save. Nice. Float. All numbers are float. And everything else, or these first three are text. Okay, they can all be null. It's fine. Maybe let's put a key. Let's define a key. It's going to be a primary key. It needs to be unique, right? So the primary key needs to be unique. It can be two. We cannot have two same symbols, yeah? Okay, so we have it. Now, how do we talk to this database and this table specifically, right? So we need to use a language which is called SQL, yeah? So we're going to use SQL to talk to this database. So you can see here we have our columns of this table. So potentially now what we will do is select, this is the language, select star from, it means select everything, the star means everything, from our stocks table. You can see, you can put, here we can see all the details. So select star from stocks. Okay. So it. Okay, so there's nothing coming up. Yes, we can see an empty table. You can just see the table, yeah? There you go. Now, for example, if you're a beginner, you can use AI to help you learn this language. So for example, okay, let's try to add just a row, okay? So let's just add a row into this table stock. So we're gonna go back to ChatGPT and say, how can I insert, or sorry, can you give me the code, the SQL code to insert a row in a MySQL table. Yeah, let's see what we get. Okay, so you can see here, oh, okay, it gives me an example, yeah? So for example here, so we're gonna use this. So you go back, show query box, insert into, our case it's called stocks, and which columns do we want to fill? We want to fill symbols. Oh, sorry. Symbols, and we're gonna add name and industry. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna use this, and we're gonna add okay, just so let's just put our okay, sorry, this was a symbol. Okay, so Dallas Enterprise is gonna be just die, and we're gonna have a industry which is gonna be right here. Okay, now we can execute this just pressing go, for example, or probably Control Enter. Let's try Control Enter first. Ooh, okay, there's a problem. Unknown column symbols, okay? Yeah, because it's called symbol. That's why. There you go. Let's try again. Just Control Enter. There you go. So now we have something here. Okay, now you can see we have something, yeah? So we can go back, and let's say we want to delete. So the same exercise you can do, just even if you're a beginner. So say, can I have the SQL code to empty a table, a MySQL table? There you go. Look at this. Delete from table name. Here we have our example. So delete from stock. Okay. There you go. Look, you want to execute? Yes. Okay. But as you can see, the table is still here. Okay, now we need to fill it, yeah? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna write a code here to fill it. So first of all, what we need to do is we have two steps, right? So let's start by adding a comment, different comments, yeah? So for the sections, I think this is the way to write a comment. So the comment is not being executed, yeah? So I'm gonna do some parts on my own and some parts I'm gonna use ChatGPT to write, yeah? So the more complicated part I will have to use ChatGPT, but this sometimes I will do it directly. So for example, if I say how to add a comment in a Python file, eh? Single line comment. Okay, yeah, you can use the hash. There you go. Or if it's more, then you have to use three quotes. Okay, so we're gonna add 3 sections. So we're gonna have a retrieve data, insert data into database. Actually, first we have to probably clear database, right? Empty. Okay, empty database. Retrieve data using free API. And then insert data into database. Looks good. Now, let's start. And let's just make sure it works still, yeah? Okay. So we're gonna add just file or okay. Let's try if it still works. Okay, so it works. Field DB finished, eh? Okay. So empty database. How do we do this? It's a good question. So let's try to connect to the database first. So the Python code, right? To connect to a MySQL database on, let's just write it. I'm not even gonna write locally on my computer. Okay, so. Okay, so we need a library. Okay, let's try this one. So first we need to install this library. So library is a set of procedure and functions to a set of procedure and functions. Yeah, in this case, it will help us to connect to a MySQL database. So let's try. So pip install is used to install this library. See? Okay, as you can see, it's doing something. Installed. There you go. Well done. Now, once you have your library installed, you can use the following Python code to connect to the MySQL library on your computer. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's try. Yeah, okay. So of course we have connect to the database first, yeah? Okay, we're gonna use all the imports at the beginning. So all the libraries we use, we're gonna put them in the beginning, so. Okay, so connect to the database. Okay, so what we have here, as you saw before, we have the user to log in was root and the password was empty. Was null. Okay, and the database is called stocks. Okay. Okay. Okay, so these are parameters, as you can see. These are the variables, and they are being used here. Okay, here we just set all the variables, so we have all the. So I just put like variables, and here we have libraries. Okay, okay, we create a connection. Okay. Okay, so we have now our object here. Okay, so except this is if an error occurs. Okay, so in here we can do a query. Yeah? So let's try it. In theory, it should do nothing, just connect it and then say connection closed, right? So actually this we can probably put at the end, yeah? Yeah, I mean, let's do it like this for now. So let's try it. Ah, interesting. So it worked. Okay. So we can try something, yeah? We can try. We can try to empty the table, yeah? So we said let's empty the table first, yeah? We don't need this one, yeah? We don't need to print out everything. So if, and now we empty the table, yeah? Okay. So what you can do here to be really, really fast, because this is what we want to be is, okay, so we can just use the AI to continue. So we can say, okay, thanks, can you add a line to delete, to empty the MySQL table. Okay, see? Oh, look, okay, so it's doing it again. So, tac, print, course. So, it's connecting. Okay, so we're going to use the same code that we used before because we don't want to. We want to just empty the table. Okay, so let's see. Okay, here you can see how it does it. So we can use exactly this. Okay, there you go. Let's try. Let's execute it. To clean this screen, you can write CLS, so it's just cleaning. Let's try again. Error. Okay. Your table name does not exist. Okay, so I have made a mistake there. I have not adapted, right? So. Okay. So it doesn't give out any error, so it probably works. So let's go check. So you can see there's nothing in there, right? So there's nothing in there. But let's. Okay, delete from stocks. As you can see, we could also write delete from stocks, right? That's it. Let's first add something in, yeah? So you see, we can even write like this. Insert into. You see? Into stocks. Now we have, let's just add the symbol, yeah? So you see? Symbol, we're just gonna add symbol and values, okay? So we're gonna add symbols. Okay. Then the values. Try this. So it should work. Insert into stocks, symbol. Was about to do the same mistake. Symbol and then values. Okay. Tack. Tack. Let's press enter. There you go. We should have one now. Let's see. Okay, you see, there's though. Okay. Set if it works. Go back. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, it's gone. Okay. So we deleted the table, eh? Okay, so we can write this, yeah? So okay. Okay, so we will use double quotes. Okay. Fine. Now, second step will be to actually, I don't know if you just close it and then first. That's fine. I mean, you can close it and now we're gonna just. We're gonna do step by step. Okay, so tack. Now we use the data. We need to get the data first. Yeah, so it's interesting. You can close it here finally. Interesting. Yes, do it separately here. Retrieve data using free API. Okay, now we get to the juicy part. So, which API? Am I? That's it. Okay, so this is not up to date, right? September 2021. Let's check quickly. So Alpha Vantage, huh? So we want a list. Actually, we can try to find all of these in one go. Let's try. Okay, let's have a look. So documentation. I want to see an example. So I want to see. Ideally, I just would like one big call that we can that we can make and get the most of as possible from it. So not intraday. We're gonna want just a list of all companies. So is there a list of companies? I don't know, let's try. No, not individual. No, not specific. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so interesting. There's quite a lot here, as you can see. I just want to a list of companies. Let me see. We'll make it. Because remember, there is accessible information on the web. So, for example, Yahoo Finance has a lot of information. So, I know there's a library where we can get information out that basically scrapes the information out of that of their website. So we can use that for the details. But for example, I would like at least an API to get a list of everything. So stock exchanges. No, I don't want to. No. As you can see, it's not that great to give you information. It's more like it's much better at helping to program than than browsing the web. So which free financial data provider Let's try. Let's try Bard. Okay, I hope the 3 at the end doesn't confuse it. Okay, Yahoo Finance, Google Finance. It's quite a few. I've never heard of this one. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, this is not very useful, to be honest. The heck's... Yeah, okay, but this is not really what I'm looking for, so it's really not so good, as you can see. Um, mm. Advantage. Yeah, but Advantage doesn't really provide his cloud. Paid plans. Nice. Okay. So Alpha Vantage I didn't see any list. Okay. There you go, we have one. Oh, sorry. So let's test it. Where is it? This one? Example, okay. Opa. So Python, eh? Let's try, yeah? So let's try this. So we have 2 libraries to import. And we have this variable. And then let's try this. Okay, this should give us something printed, yeah, so a list of something. Let's see what it gives us. It gives us CSV. I mean, it's not really ideal, to be honest. Okay, so import request. So there's a library here, request, that is not present. So we need to pip install request. Okay. Let's try again. Oh, there's quite a list, huh? Oh, damn it. Okay, so you can see where it's listed. We have stocks. We get the date. Would be cool to get at least like some more details. I don't like this format. Yeah, it just says what is active and the name and the symbol. So we have a few values, but it's not what I want. Yeah, so just want to see this quickly. Next upcoming earnings. Interesting. Okay, we could add this one as a just to help with the trading, but yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, so this is not great. Okay, this seems quite interesting. Let's see. Stock list. Okay, yeah, this is already more interesting, you see? This would give us the symbol, the name, the price. It's already 3 columns, yeah? And because we're only getting NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange, we could exclude everything else. Okay, let's use this one, yeah? So what we can do here... Oh, sorry. Okay. Tradable. I mean, what's the difference here exactly? So stocks available financially. And this is... To be honest, it might be more interested... ETFs. Might be more interested to use this one. What you do? Because here we can make sure we have... I mean, it doesn't really matter. Stock and ETF is all fine. Anyway. Let's use the trader, yeah? Okay, so we're going to go back here and say, using financial modeling prep, can you give me the code to retrieve Python retrieve all let's see. You know, it would be cool if you could. Do we have a market capitalization? Let's see if we have a market capitalization. We don't have market capitalization. Otherwise, it would be cool to restrict by market cap to avoid like all small caps. Okay, so let's see what it did. Okay, so it should give us out all of the symbol, name, and price. Can you adapt the code to output symbol, name, and price? No, it's doing something else. It's using, you see, it's using the right endpoint, but unfortunately it's using for the price, it's using a separate endpoint again. So we don't want that. We see you have to watch out. So what we need to do is here, we'll have to adapt it manually. So we're gonna have to adapt name symbol. As you saw, we have name symbol and price. Name symbol and price. So we can just adapt that. But yeah, you have to watch out not to bloat your code, make your code bloated. So import request, so we're gonna remove everything that we used before. So free API, this one we delete. Yeah, we don't need this. So we're gonna use this one instead. So we're gonna have to use an API key. Okay, we don't use this one. So what's this site? So financial modeling prep. So we're gonna call this financial modeling prep FMP API key. We're gonna have to get this one. Base URL and endpoint. We're gonna just use, because this is an API that is on a freemium, offers a freemium, has a freemium model, so it's free, but after some calls I think you have to pay. So yeah, 250 requests a day. So of course if we have thousands of stocks, we can't really use it for details. Okay, let's continue. Okay, here we go. So we're just going to use one endpoint, yeah, one base URL and one endpoint, same. I'm going to combine these. So we're just going to call it URL. Okay, there you go. This is our URL. Let's see if it's correct. It's interesting because it's given v3 version 3, but there it was version 4. Variable traded list and API key. Yeah, looks good. Here at the bottom you can see it's the right code. Okay, so URL, and then here is the API. So it's not API key, but it's FMP. Okay, let's continue. So we can use all of this. Okay, let's see. Submit the request. Check if the response was successful. Print the filtered list. Okay, let's try. Okay. Ah, sorry, forgot. We need the API key. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. This on the different screen here. Just confirming. Where's my... There you go. Okay. So we are ready to execute this file again, and what we should get, we should get a list of symbol name, and we're gonna add. So as you can see, asset for asset. So needs a Nasdaq asset. So it has already filtered and needs a Nasdaq. Okay, looks good because it looks. Huh. So you can see it does have the right names, NISA and Nasdaq. Okay, it's fine. And then what we need is the symbol, the name, the price. And here we know there is a parameter in this list called price, yeah? Yeah, price. This, I can barely scroll this because it's a huge list. Okay. Save and execute. Let's delete this. Pipe field IVP. Oh, error. Base URL is not defined. Because we changed to URL to base URL. So where is base URL? Okay, we combine these two. We don't need more than one. Okay. Try again. Table. Ooh, error. Invalid API key. To be honest, this is quite useless here. This endpoint is not available on your current subscription. I mean, we opened it, right? I mean, we saw it right now, just now. So we have opened it here, maybe because it's v4. Huh, interesting. I wonder what v4 is. Anyway, it needs to be v3, that's why, so. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, so it got us nothing. So something didn't work. So let's try again. So this is what we are getting, yeah? And we have exchange. Ah, I know why. Because as you can see, we have... You see, it's not perfect because it's not working, because here it's checking if the exchange is NISA or NASDAQ, yeah? But the exchange row is the full name. It would be different. It's exchange short name that is checking, actually. Okay, so this should work. Ah, okay, there we go. Okay, let's start to add these ones in the DB, yeah? Okay, so we already have 4 assets in blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here we, in theory, okay, so what we can do is we can take everything here. I mean, let's first to connect to the DB. Okay, makes sense. Then we retrieve the data. Okay. And at the end, we reclose the connection. There's nothing more to do here. So unfortunately, we need to go the indentation. We need to go up one here because we are actually 2 because we are only if connection is connected. So okay, so if we are connected, we continue. Okay. Okay. Now, okay, so if it's fine, okay. Now here, where we're looping, we're gonna insert everything, yeah? So we're gonna have another file like this, yeah? So we're gonna have, it's not gonna be the truncate. So it closes the cursor. Do we need to close it here? I don't think so. Actually, let's truncate the cursor after inserting everything. Let's close the cursor after we inserted everything. So let's do it here. Okay. So we're gonna do here. We're gonna redo this, eh? So we're gonna have our query, execute the query, and commit. Commit just means we're confirming the entry in the database. So let's do it here. Okay, so it's not gonna be, it's gonna be an insert. This is just naming of the variable. Okay, and here we're gonna have our, okay. So here we have our values, right? We have then the symbol, we have the name, and we have the price. Okay, so this is what we're gonna insert. Okay. So let's first check something. So let's define a few variables. So we have symbol, L name, and then we have L price, yeah? Okay. Actually, yeah, okay. So let's just do price. Let's just do all three here. So we're going to convert this into a string. This is to convert into a string. So we can add it as a... Opa. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so if it's empty, we're going to add a 0. Going to add a 0. Never remember. Should already be default none, right? Let's check. Is an undefined Python variable none? Okay. Name error, okay. Okay, so we put it none, it's fine. Okay. Okay, now what we're gonna do is, if this L symbol is not none and L name is not none and price is not 0, and you know what? Let's do price should be at least 1. I mean, let's not get into penny stocks, I would say. Okay. So it needs at least to be 1. Okay, it's fine. Insert query. We're going to have insert. Let's just do it. Let's just use. It's faster. Actually, let's just write. Okay. Okay, in Python, yeah, I was worried if it would show me Python or not. Okay. Okay, actually we only need, because we have everything else already. Okay, as you can see, it's writing everything, so this is what we need, yeah? Here you go. Look at this. Why is it not showing? Okay. Symbol name, latest price. And it's appending these 3. Okay, yeah, we can do the same. Okay, so I mean, to be honest, we can do this. Insert and commit, yeah, execute many. Processing data. So it's first. Ah, okay, it's a pending. Okay. Now we can just, to be honest, we can just do this and use the execute. That's simple and easier. Let's take this. So let's just do the simple version. So stocks, it's called, right? And we have symbol name and price last. And we have the values, which would be symbol name, and then price. There you go. And one by one, we're going to insert all of these, yeah? See? Now we try. Table deleted. Error. Unknown colon, add symbol in field list. Ah, yeah, sorry. Sorry, so we need to... Sorry, I was stupid. So what is it doing here? It's adding the percent in front. Does this work? Yeah, so... Of course, this is only taking... It's gonna think we're inserting symbol, but we need something like this. I don't know if it's gonna work. What's the problem? Values? What is this? Ah, okay, asset info is what it's taking for the values. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how this works, so let's see how it does it. Price, symbol. Okay, we're gonna do the same, guys. We're just gonna do the same. So it's S, comma, S. S. So if everything is fine, we need to prepare all the values. Okay, and the values are gonna be something like this. Okay. Say clear. And then we have okay. Actually, let's not get confused. Okay. Okay, this should work. So we use the same structure. So we're having the insert query with this way to pass the variable. So it just had some placeholder s, and then you can see here we're passing in the cursor, we're passing the execution the insert query with the three variables, the three values that we're going to insert. Okay, that we defined here. We took them from the list, right? Okay. Actually, let's do it here. Asset for asset in data, if asset in, and there you go. How about that? We added the filter there. Let's try. Okay, it looks like it did something. Let's have a look at the database. There you go. Look at this. 10,000 stocks we just entered. Yeah, okay. Now it's going to be a matter of adding in all the missing information, yeah? And then we're going to just prepare a SQL query to find all the stocks of interest. Okay, I will take a break now. Okay, let's resume. Where were we? Okay, so we have our table stocks with some columns that are filled and some are still empty. Okay. So we've set up a local database so far. We have installed Python. We have installed VAMP for the database locally. We have started to get the code. And we have to finish that before we prepare the query, yeah? Okay. So where are we? Let's see. Let's clean the screen here. Let's see, microphone works. Okay. Let's get going. So we need the industry, yeah? Okay. Now, how can we get the industry? Let's ask ChatGPT. Oh, okay. Let's see what we get. Alpha Vantage, Aero Finance API. Let's see. Just want to see what the company profile endpoint. Okay, so we have financial modeling prep, which is the same API that we were using, that we just used for to get the full list. Unfortunately, we only have 250 calls per day, I think, meaning that we cannot use this one. Yeah, 250, because as you saw, we have 10,000 companies, okay? So this is not a viable solution, okay? So let's try to use another one. Or what we can do is we can think. No, this is limited. We know Alpha Vantage has some limitations. So nothing there. Yeah, no, we can't really use Alpha Vantage. I think Alpha Vantage also has limitations. So Alpha Vantage. Yeah, you can see there's a limitation. Yeah. So I mean, even the premium ones have a limitation. We have 10,000, right? So it's not good. So I have an idea. What we can do is we can try to get the information from Yahoo Finance. Here we usually have all information. So 1%, 79. So you can see here that we have some of the information that we need. So P ratio, consumer technology, full-time employee. Here we have details, yeah. So we can use this one. I think let's try it if we can find a way to get the information. Is there a way to retrieve Yahoo file? That's it? Yes. Okay, yeah, so there is a way. Let's try. Ah, okay, yeah, sorry. Redundancy Python partner. Sorry, I'm thinking about the stock. I saw. I'm distracted by the Apple price. I'm just. Okay, so here, profile endpoint. Here you have to use an API key. Okay, we don't have an API key, yeah? We don't have an API key for Yahoo Finance. Let's see what we got. Okay, yeah, so here it's using a library which is able to scrape data directly from the website, which isn't bad, to be honest. It's pretty good. It finds pieces. The problem is as soon as the website changes, then it won't work anymore. So if the HTML code changes of the website, it won't be able to find the details. Yeah, he probably shows where the detail is for the industry, but we're not going to use it. So let me see if we can. Is there a Python library that accesses the Yahoo Finance API that uses? Interesting, we have two options, Yahoo Query, Y Finance. So there are libraries that are using the API. Let's see. Okay, here we can see let's see what it shows. So as you can see, it has ordered the data. So let's, for example, try to find the industry. So it'll be in so nothing on industry. Nothing on industry. Okay, here you go. We have industry. Okay, let's try to use this one. Let's see if it was recently updated or how we're looking. 3 years ago, huh? 2 months. 2 months, 233 commits. Let's see what the other option was. So the other one was Y Finance. Okay, this seems to be more up to date. Okay, so let's use Y Finance. Okay, so let's tell him, can you give me the Python code to retrieve the industry for a ticker symbol using Y Finance? There you go. Let's see. So this is the way you would use artificial intelligence for programming. It's more... Oh, interesting. Very simple. Let's try this. Okay, so we have to use this library, Y Finance. So let's first install it. So pip install... pip install Y Finance. Yeah. Okay, it's installing it. Let's take the rest just to test it. So first of all, we need the import statement in the library. It's CSV, I don't think we need. Save. And then I guess where we get... I guess we can do it right away, right? In the loop. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah. So we only need this term, right? So here where we actually fill, okay, before we commit, so let's add industry. We're passing the industry here. Make sure this is the wrong place. Okay. Now we need a way to find this industry, right? So we have the code here. Start with this. Actually, the filling is only happening here. Yeah, okay. So industry. Okay. Ticker symbol will be symbol. YF would be this library, using this library. Y finance, ticker, symbol. Okay. Okay, should be getting us our L industry, so it should be filling either with not found or industry. Okay, let's try it. So remember, first we connect to DB, then we delete it, then we insert. That's when it's finished. Okay. Okay, let's try. Table deleted, maybe let's add a start. So this is going to be a list, right? So what we can do is we can count these ones. Found. Okay, potentially because of course there are some limitations here we're checking. So we need, so we have a list here of items. Let's see how we can Okay, so it's just length. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this needs to be a string because we're creating a string. So we have to, so we give a number, but we need a string. We need to convert it into a text. So it will be one text. Okay. So we have here just printing out. Okay. Let's see where we are. Oh, it's still doing something. Let's check the DB where we're at. So it's adding the industries. 158. Say fresh. 164. Ooh, it's very slow. 166, 168, 170. So as you can see, it's quite slow. It needs to get to 10,000. That's a bit too slow, to be honest. So let's cancel. You can do Control C to cancel it. Okay, so maybe let's do something. Let's start by removing Nasdaq for now. So it's a bit faster. Anyway, we don't need both. And you extend this. It's okay. Okay, we replaced Nasdaq needs and we only needs. That's fine. I mean, it will just take longer time, but it's okay. So we get the industries. So let's see if we can actually get the rest. So let's get the price. all-time high and all-time low. Let's see what we get. Certainly, there you go. Look at how simple it is. Of course, we could go and check the documentation of it and look at the example and retrieve everything and check how we have to retrieve it, because obviously the ticker here, the ticker object will contain a lot of data, and as you can see, it's finding the data already in its suggestion. So it is the fastest approach by far. Okay, so let's get it. So we're still getting the ticker object here. So Yahoo Finance and ticker. So we can use the same one. So let's take it. You know, we should really reset, because this is a loop of all the assets in this list. We should really, before we start, reset all the, I mean here, so the industry is not, okay, so we said this one. It's okay. So we have this all-time low, period max. Okay, cool. So we can pass these as well. As you can see, we are very fast. We are progressing fast. So start with the, what do we have first? So all-time high and then all-time low. All-time high, all-time low. Okay. This is quite slow, but fortunately, we're using here all from the ticker, so we can get all information from one axis. This is very convenient, so it's the same speed if you get industry or all three, otherwise it will be very slow. It doesn't matter if the if the table takes an hour to fill. I mean, that's fine. Even if it goes overnight, that's good enough for what we need it for, so it's not bad. Obviously, it would be cool to have it faster, but it's also true that we are retrieving data from Yahoo Finance, and we risk getting a ban and being blocked. We risk our IP address being banned and blocked from accessing the data on the website with this API. So it's kind of a trade-off. Yeah, because we are passing. Obviously, we're passing the symbol, so there's probably no faster way to reduce the number of calls. Maybe it's even better to go, sometimes it's better to go slow and avoid being banned. Okay, so we have some information. We want to test it. Start it. Let's go. Oh, something happened here. Found as in, perhaps you forgot a comma. Oh, nice. It's giving even recommendations. So we had it here. Found strings. 1, 2, 1, 2. Here we forgot a plus. Found track number items to potentially add to stock. Okay, let's try. Didn't forget a comma. I forgot a plus sign to connect the strings. 3,000 items to potentially add to the stock table. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, we have nothing so far. Okay, it doesn't seem too promising. I'm trying my luck. Let's see what we had. Did we make a mistake? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To be honest, I'm not sure what's going on. Let's try again. We can also do select count. So select count everything from stocks. Should give us how many we have. 0. It's not doing anything. 0. Okay, it's not filling anything. Ah, it's finished. Column. Okay, so column count doesn't match value count at row 1. Something is not right. Column count doesn't match value count at row 1. Seems like it must be something related to this stuff here. Stock symbol name, product, industry. Ah, yeah, of course. Apologize, guys. As we said, it's price item all-time low and not all-time low price. Okay. Seriously? Price all-time high, price all-time low. Industry. So let's fix the, let's clean it up a little bit. So we have symbol name, industry, price last. Symbol name, industry. Symbol name, industry. Symbol name, industry. Symbol name, industry. Price last. Okay, fine. Then we have all-time high, all-time low P ratio. Time high. Okay, let's try. What is it looping over here? Okay, so it looks like, of course, we had it. We only have to print this once, right? Not every time it goes through the asset. So of course this makes sense, but it looks like it's adding the assets. Let's have a look. First let's move this out of the way. Oh, sorry. Let's move this out of the way. Let's move it here. Okay, before the loop, of course. So let's make some space. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, okay, so it's adding the values. Okay, so it's adding them with quite a few. I don't know if we should maybe round it up already. Let's round it up to 2. So let's round up the price last. Round to 2. Let's round. Okay. Sorry, 1, 2. Okay, it's fine. Let's check it out. So table deleted, found 3004 items, been shared to the stock table. It's fine. Now it should be adding. Okay. That's fine. I was thinking something. So look. Yeah, okay, so it's working. It's 2 commas. Okay, and to add 2 values, 2 digits after the comma. That's fine. 2 digits. Now P ratio. We need the P ratio, margin gross, margin net. Okay. So let's continue. Actually, I'm thinking to move this one into here. I can't do that. Okay. Okay. Nice. So we have trailing P and we have forward-looking P. What do we want? Probably the trailing P, huh? I would just get the trailing P. Yeah, trailing P. At the end of the day, that's what counts. So we have a P ratio. P ratio. Okay. Percent as get in the trailing P. So we'll get a. That's okay. No, actually no, because this would be a number. So we define the column as a number, so we give an error. So let's just make it 0. PH. Okay. Test it. Testing it. Maybe we can add a counter to show what the percentage, which percentage we're at. How about that? Because like this, it's a bit difficult to understand where we are. Okay, something is not right. It only has added 1. So you can see it's quite tricky. Type string doesn't define a round method. So we made a mistake. Okay, because it's passing a Oh, but we need to put this 0. Okay. It was trying to round a string because it was defined as a string, not as a 0, but we need a 0. Okay. So, quickly check before we get a surprise and it doesn't work. Okay, we're getting something, yeah? Yeah, okay. Guess. Okay, starting to look good, eh? You know, once we have this information in our DB, then we can work with it. So margin growth, margin revenue growth, dividend. Try to get that maybe margin growth, yeah? So first of all, we need to understand what we're looking for, gross margins. Gross margins, do we actually, let's do a test here. So let's get the gross margins here. This is incorrect spot, of course. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at an example to understand what we're actually feeling. So you can see we're only at 80 rows. So in one day we can prepare this whole scanner easily. Let's make sure we have something in there. Yeah, okay. Interrupt, Control C. Okay, let's have a look at one. So let's have a look at, okay, so it's giving it in percent. We should maybe multiply by 100 to get the, I prefer to see it in percentage. So let's just make it 100. Okay. So we can actually understand what the margin is. Okay, so 43%. Let's first add the margin net, if we can get that, and then test it. Ticker info get, yeah, still using the same. See what we get. Really, trialing at margins, it actually works. Okay, trialing net margins. What? Fuck. Okay. Knows if this works. Check it out. Ah. Oh. Okay. If it's getting slower, to be honest. Maybe a little bit. Wonder why. Still using the same object, no? Ticker info. Let's do something. Let's try something. Let's try to ask ChatGPT if he can be more. Let's see. Okay, what it does is it created the info single API call. So this is a bit more efficient. Okay, so we're gonna leave the ticker there. Should be a bit faster. Let's get the if info info and history. Okay, so he has casted ticker info and ticker history. Let's check it out. Yeah, I don't know, maybe slightly. Okay, margins net seem to be empty. Okay, this doesn't seem like it's working, so we have to find another way. Let me just see that these are not mistakes. So okay, it's all empty. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't work. So trailing net margin doesn't seem to work. So let's have a look where it gets the information. So let's get guess on API. New finance, guess. Okay. So we have it here. Guess it's in financials, huh? So you would have gross margins. Hmm. 43.1. Why is it doing like this? I wonder how it calculates it. So it would be what? It would be the income divided by gross profit. Sorry, it would be the revenue. What am I saying? It would be what? Cost of revenue divided by operating expenses, huh? Is that correct? Mm, 884 divided by 1512. 58. Yeah, it's correct. So we have a 41 margin. 58% is the expense ratio, the rest is the gross. Okay, so this seems to be working. And the net. Let's have a look if we get what information we get in the object, the ticker object. So let's go here. Let's maybe just look for guess. So let's do like, and if L symbol is equal to yes, right? Yeah, okay. So you should get only information for guess. So let's spit out the info. See what we get. Ah. Sorry, guys. I haven't been programming for some time. Here you can see I haven't been programming for some time, so let's have a look what we get for guess. Ah, okay, interesting. Let's have a look at what this is. Yeesh. So it's all the information that we get. Let's look for margins. Profit margin. Flow shares. Share short. Interesting. And there's everything here. I just remember that we might want to include the dilution of shares as well as a consideration for price going down. Short ratio, interesting. Gross margin. EBITDA margin. Interesting. Operating margin. Let's get the operating margin. And you know what? Since we are here, let's get the, what was it? Short. Short ratio. Short percentage of flow. Just get the short ratio. So we can quickly have one more information. So we have now short ratio. So what's the percentage of shares that is being shorted? Okay. Okay. Let's not forget to add. Why are we adding short ratio? Because the higher the short ratio, the more potential it has for a bounce. So, okay. So let's change the structure of this. So stocks, structure. We can add a column here at after margins net. It will be operating margins actually. Can we change this? I can have. What am I doing? Margin operating, short ratio. Let's keep it clean. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Is there anything else that we can use since we are here and we can see what we have? Trading PE ratio. Currency, of course, is going to be always dollar. Gross margin, revenue growth. Revenue growth. Oh, we have revenue growth. But how is it defined, revenue growth? So we have earnings growth, 68%. It's quite a lot. Revenue growth is 3%. That's a lot of information. As you can see, it's not the simple science. I'm just showing you an example and something we can do in a day. So growth. So earnings growth is 68% and revenue growth 3.4. Interesting. I'm more interested in revenue growth, to be honest. This has much more. Does it? Because earnings growth can be manipulated. Revenue growth is difficult to manipulate, right? So look at revenue growth. Yeah, that's why we were about to use revenue growth and not earnings growth. So we have revenue growth, which is, I think, one of the last ones we're missing. So let's finish here. So we have revenue growth float and we have short interest, yeah? So short interest, float, null, save, and dividend. Revenue growth, short interest, and dividend. Here you go. And dividend. So the short ratio seems to be already in percent. Okay. What about the dividend? Interesting. Dividend, not last dividend value, no. Dividend yield, yeah. Trailing annual dividend yield looks good. Okay, we need to fix it. So this one is the only one not, the short revenue is the short ratio is the only one that is already in percent, the rest needs to be adapted. So what do we have? We have the revenue growth. Okay. We have the short ratio and we have the dividend. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So our margin operating, revenue growth, and short ratio. Okay. dividend. So the short ratio we said doesn't need the 100. The dividend does. Okay. It's fine. Can we try to go down? Let's see. Oh, god damn it. Short ratio in field list. So we need to remove the print. Short interest. Because it's called short interest. Okay. Okay, we should be filling only one item, which is the gap. There you go. Ah, look at this. Looks nice. Interesting, very interesting. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna let it run, and I will be back. Actually, let's add a percentage. So let's do that. It shows 5% increments. How about that? So what we can do is we can take the, I guess we can take the count, right? Yeah, okay, so stocks count. Okay, we do this. Okay, and we want to show the percent every 5%. We want to show an entry. Actually, let's do every 10%. That's fine. So we're gonna have divided 10. Okay. So let's have a look how we can do it. To print. I'm playing this. See if I can even remember. So if progress is gonna be Let's put. You see, I'm writing it, but we could probably do much faster using the AI assistance. Just to see if I can remember. So I can probably just add a percentage. Okay, and we would have. So we're going through the loop. Okay. And we are checking. Okay. So we have a counter. So let's add a counter. So L count. So of course we start with a count of 0. Okay, we can put this actually at the beginning because that's where it should stay. This counter is 0. Okay. So the counter is adding 1 for each asset, for each asset loop, and we have so we can see the total here, percentage. Okay, percentage. So if stocks total divided yeah, this is how we will become stupid, guys. If index so I want one that divides times 10, doesn't leave any of course if it needs to. How can I just want the normal code to show to test if it divided by 10 doesn't leave any residue. Check if number is divided by 10, whatever. Mod. Now I remember. If 20 divided by 10, is this it? Isn't it mod? Let's try. Let's use 20. It's a bit weird, huh? Let's try. So count divided 20. What is this? Oh. Okay, yeah, this doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. So obviously we're having the issue that we're adding here this filter, which we don't want. Isn't it mod? I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, I don't think I understood. Ah, okay, so this is the module operator. Okay, there you go. We updated our brain then. Nice. Okay, so. Okay, what you want? This is all one number. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at what we did here. So, if count 20, 0, is that correct? If percentage, yeah, 20 is 0, nice. Progress. Okay, just write that how we understand it. So count stocks dot times 100 plus 100. Okay, it should, I mean, for each row it should go down, right? So for each asset, we don't really have any other filter. Not sure what all of these. Is it still going? Yeah, it's still going. Okay, yeah, this doesn't look too good. Do we have any other print here somewhere? We might be causing issues. So we are progressing something here. 13%. Ah, yeah, no, that's right. So at 10 it will be the first one, yeah. So stock number 10 will be the first one, and it will produce progress. Get it. 11 won't work anymore. Okay. It starts with 0, yeah? 0. Ah, okay, this is every 10. Okay, every 10 asset. Okay, we don't want any 10, so we have 3,000 total, so we want every 10%, every 300, right? Ah, whatever. Let's say every 100, maybe. Let's do every 100. Oh, actually, let's do every 50 since it's so slow. But I still don't understand why we have all these entries. So 0. What is this? 0. So progress is going to be a count. Okay, so we're going to have a number, and this is going to be... Ah, okay. Yeah, I know why. So we're going to have stock. A count, so it's going to be like 100, let's say 50 divided by 3,000. So whatever, a very small number times 100. It's going to be fine. So we're going to have to change this into string. Ah, okay, there you go. Cancel this. Let's run it again. Unmatched bracket. No, it's fine. Table deleted. 3,500 items. Okay, now every 50 we should get more or less, like every 50. So let's have a look. $16. Can we refresh this code? Do I have to do this every time? So 25, we still should have nothing. Okay, we have nothing. So as soon as we get to 50, we should see something, yeah? So easier here, 30. 32. So you can see we're still only at 106 rows. I mean, we can probably compress it. So look, 49. What is it doing? Oh man. We messed it up. Should be printing, just printing this. So 50 divided by 3000 times 100. Just make a string out of it and add a percent. It's difficult. Okay, seems to be stuck here, yeah? First, I don't know what's going on. It's like, okay, I stopped and it creates this. Okay, so first of all, maybe we need to, okay, it's continuing now. It's like it got stuck, but first of all, let's do a round here. So we need to round this stuff to 1. Was it maybe trying to, no, I don't know. Actually, let's try again. 10. Control C, clean everything, try again. Let's run. Every 10 now. String round, so we round the count, 10 divided by 3000 times 100, we round it, then we put the string with progress, that's it, and then that's it. It should continue, right? Yeah. We're back at 9. Back stuck at 9. Control C to cancel. Shows 0.3% and then probably continues again. Okay, so not sure why. So it's continuing. Why is it doing this? Maybe because of the connection. try. Let's see what we get. So loop termination condition, infinite loop. Check loop variable. So stock start has been calculated here. Account is here. I will not. Let's try to print another row quickly. Just to see what happens. Ah, now it goes. That's weird. It's just the first one that's stuck. So it seems like it was only the first one that got stuck. Makes it even weirder. So the count, of course, start with 0. So the first one that checks is 1. Should be fine. 1, then 2, then stock count, stock. Don't get it. Trying to figure it out. So loop termination condition determines when the loop should stop. No, it's an infinite loop. Error exception. You can try, but it doesn't seem like it's going into error, no? These are error handling everywhere. So 4, try, maybe try. I mean, it will just go into error, no? It doesn't really stop. It doesn't stop. It just gets stuck. Ah, now it goes. I don't know. Maybe we just needed to add a... Let me just add a new row. Nah, let's just leave it. So we can leave it now. Let's just leave it, run. And once it's finished, we can start to prepare. Actually, we can start to prepare the code, the SQL code now. Just that I didn't want it to print something every 10, to be honest. Let me just stop it because this print will take time. So let me do maybe 100. Let's just pray it doesn't get stuck, yeah? Just hope that it works now. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Let's just hope for the best. I don't know what it was. So let's start here. So we have 3 ideas, right? So we have industries are in a bull market and what companies are at an all-time high. And this is our structure that we have. So what we can do is we can create an SQL here. Just maybe open a new sheet, this one, and try to write our SQLs. So what we can do is let me just do this. Oh, nice. Wasn't ideal. It's okay. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. Okay. So we have to check which ones are at all-time high. How can we do this? So first of all, let's check which industries are in a bull market. So what we can do is we can write the following. We can select, let's select, what do we want to see? We want to select let's do the following. Let's select how far are we from all-time high in percent, I would say. Right? So, or how far are we to all-time high? So we can just do price last divided by all-time high, price all-time high, yeah? And this should be a percentage value, yeah? So we can do per 100. So we have a percentage, and let's do a round as well. So we can probably do round from, so actually let's get the symbol as well, symbol. Select symbol from just the stocks table and check what we get. Okay, what we can do is we can order this list, order by descending, yeah? So the bigger, the better. Okay, there you go. Okay, it's probably GPS. What is that? JP Morgan. Let's check. Let's maybe add the name as well. JP Morgan, okay. Okay, here we see already some stocks that are at all-time high. Very interesting. So let's just make sure these stocks are also represent their industries. That's if also the industries are in oil, because you can see here we have some oil, we have some banks, we have some RS acquisition. Okay, this is a spec. I don't know what this is. The TJX company. Okay, CPIC, Morgan Stanley. So banks definitely here. Acquisition. Any Spectral. Federal Agriculture Mortgage. Interesting. But anyway, this is we only have 112 so far. So it seems to be working, our Python code, because it went over the 100 threshold. So as you remember, we put a 100 counter, so it should have one entry. Yeah, so we have one entry. It processed 3%, which makes sense because it's 3,000 total. So it kind of makes sense. Okay, good. So it makes sense. Now let's continue. So we get some interesting findings here already. We can see something, but let's, actually I don't like this interface at all because it can't really work well. Okay, so we don't play this. Can we save this file? I don't know how to save this. I don't know if I can save it. That's absolute garbage. Okay, let's see if we can find a lightweight SQL for So I'm using Google, but maybe we should use AI, to be honest. Bard. Is there an open source SQL interface for WAMP? I hope it doesn't say phpMyAdmin, which is what we're using. There you go, phpMyAdmin. Free trial, navigate. Okay, it doesn't seem to have too many options. Add minor. Let's see. Yeah, okay, not a big fan. It doesn't matter, let's just stick to PHPMyAdmin. Just close some of 6.7%. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, so let's select. Now what we do is let's check the industry. So let's do select average. Okay, select the average. I'm just rounding. So average, then the industry from stocks. So we're selecting the average of every entry. Yeah, so the industry, because we're going to group by industry. Industry, okay. What we're going to add as well is to see how many entries we have. So count, how many do we actually have? Count, and then the industry. So we should see what the situation is like. Okay. So of course, one with one entry, that it's not really meaningful, right? So we leave it. We have to wait until it finishes, but it's okay. So we can order as well by, let's try. Maybe it doesn't work. Order by. Okay, we would have to go through the whole query again. Yeah, we will have to order it afterwards. Here we have the query. Oh, we lost the other query. Nice. Ah, nice. It auto-saves the queries. Okay, interesting. Okay, there you go. We have something. So we can see what we already start to see some interesting findings. Not found. We're going to have to see what we not found are. Where are the banks? Here. It's not bad. I mean, there's probably some consolidation happening in the banks because, as you can see, banks is 83%, but before we saw a few banks at 99%. So there's probably others that are very low. But overall, banks are doing fine. So looks like. But much more interested. The oil and gas integrated seem to be fine. I mean, we have to wait because we are only at how much are we? Let's see. Let's start to get this not so we don't lose it. So how far are we? Select, count from stocks. 246. Yeah, almost 10%. You see, it's not a problem. Okay, so we will have some industries here, but we are more interested in the companies, to be honest. So let's do select these columns we want to see from this table, order by, okay, and we put the condition, we put where, let's put price list, so between 0.95 and 0.98, how about that? So we know we have at least a 2% margin, profit margin potentially. What's the problem? Okay. Okay, we have, okay, it's showing everything. Oh, interesting. How do we comment out multiple? So, I mean, we can do this. Okay, fine. There you go. Here we go. We have our results. But you know what? We're going to improve it. We're going to make sure it's not the pump and dump. So we're going to add, and actually we can just add all the details and then add the rounding. So from to all-time high. Oh. Just want to rename it. Okay. So I'm just renaming the column, because if I leave this out, let's leave this out just like this. So we want to see all columns, and then we want to add this information here. So how far we are from all-time high to all-time high. So we can see we have this value at the end probably, yeah. Okay, let's make this big. 97%. So of course this title, this header doesn't make sense. So this header doesn't make sense. We're gonna put this instead to all-time high, 97%. Okay, so where are we? I'm just having a look at the situation. We can see margins, margin operating. So we can see some companies that seem to be at least profitable. Decent PE ratio. So let's put some restrictions. Okay, we wanted to add the dilution. We haven't added the dilution yet. But we have some value. So revenue growth, probably this is not, probably this we want to stay clear. I mean, all-time high with 4% margins, revenue growth going down. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, yeah, realistically, we would have to look at the graph, you know, but I'm just trying to improve the selection a little bit before we look at the graph. So let's see if it's actually right. 0.5% yield. Yeah, makes sense. PE ratio 12.5. Price all-time low 35, price all-time 300. Is that true? Yeah, 300. Yeah, makes sense. So we are testing the all-time highs already here. Actually, what makes sense is you can see it tested the all-time high quite a few times already. 317. The all-time high is 323. 3 Must have been intraday. Yeah, not too easy to interpret. I wouldn't necessarily look at this chart and say this is bullish. What I'm looking for is a all-time high that happened right, for example, here, right? Let's say this was the all-time high, or maybe here. Yeah, you see that the all-time high has been checked a few times. So usually if something is very bullish like this chart, you would look at it and say, okay, it's going to test the all-time high again. But if you look at this chart, it's unlikely it's going to test it. It tested so many times, it doesn't look too promising, to be honest. If it was only one bump like here, okay, we can look at it, but it was like it tried many times, so it's probably not the best best one. So let's try to fix it a little bit. So let's add some. I said where the P ratio is not 0, to be honest. And let's look for a good company, like growth shouldn't be negative. Okay, so, and PE ratio 0, and revenue growth. I don't like it. Okay, already looks better. Very good. Interesting. We have a bank. 0% yield, really. What is this? QBP. Let's try. Oh. Messed up the mouse. Give me a second. It's not my computer, so I'm struggling a little bit. QB. This one. This means it has a 10% yield. Why is it showing a 0% dividend? Okay, maybe we have to review the dividend, to be honest. P ratio 2. That looks great. What's going on here? Yeah, okay. Sorry, what is this? Is this even a stock? Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, this looks really good. 30% margin growth, 7 for a packaging company. Okay, P ratio 35 is crazy, but at least the company is growing. It's almost all-time high. So let's have a look at this one. Yep. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, yeah, you can see that in the last month it has set a new all-time high, 41.72. 42. Probably intraday 42. And since then has not touched it. So what we can do is, for example, usually if it creates a head and shoulder, like here, a shoulder, head and shoulder, the second shoulder is always higher. So here we are actually already a little bit higher. Otherwise we could have set at least like sell at 40.9 or 40.8, but we are already at 40.8 if you look at this. Yeah, it's not a bad structure, to be honest. Be very careful, of course, because these are at all-time high, so Tight stop loss. Let's see what we have here. Oh, also interesting. Nice, it's growing as well. ITT. Let's see where we are. Oh, look, today, I mean, if we shorted it, if we longed it today, we're already up at 1%. Similar situation, it was all-time high here. It's trying to set in, to put in. Yeah, so this was the shoulder here. This is the head. Probably gonna do another shoulder. Something like this. Yeah, so target would be 102. This is an example. Yeah, this one will be an example probably. Everything is up. Everything is up. Okay. Yeah, so here we would have a query that is already not bad, to be honest. It's pretty good. See what we get at the moment. Okay. Let's quickly check how many. Yeah. Sure how I can uncomment. Just taking this. Okay. Want to see how many we processed so far? 246. Seems to be stuck. Let's see what happened. Error. Unknown column none in field list. No time zone found. FPAC un. No time zone found. Symbol may be delisted. Okay, so we have gotten an error. Okay. So this is now an important lesson. We were only at 6%. What we're going to do now is we're going to improve the file to do the following. We're going to add a start fresh, like switch. So we see because it's a constant, so start fresh, we can change it. And we're going to do true. But in this case, we do false, so it doesn't start from scratch again. Okay, now. Actually, we leave it. We start from scratch because otherwise we have to change the code to make either an insert or an update, and that's too much hassle. It's not worth it for this example. So in this case, what we need to do is we need a handling of an error. So we got an error somewhere, probably when it was spooling, because we know that the insert works. We got probably an error somewhere here. Okay, so here we need to add a error handling. We do it on the here. We just do it. Doesn't matter. We just do it here. Try. So we're gonna add a try. So we're gonna add a try, and we're gonna add all of this. So we have an error handling here. So like we have here the try. If it fails anywhere here, then we don't have a crash, complete crash, but we're gonna have a an exception handling. So let's ask ChatGPT to give us. Python. I hope it remembers it's Python. We're talking about Python. So try, accept, zero division error. No, yeah, so yeah, okay, let's do this. Just something simple like this. Doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do something like this. If accept. So in case there's an error here, try. Needs to be on the same line here, except for item, and then we add the item. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's fine. Okay, So we can try this and see what happens afterwards. I would have preferred not to, maybe, no, it's not worth it, to be honest. It's not worth it to overcomplicate the code. I wanted to maybe do a check if the entry is already there and updated in the table, then we don't do any anymore, but it's not worth it because anyway, we have to update all the values every time we run it. So just run it again. So unfortunately, we found an issue that we didn't have an exception handling. It's okay. Now we have it and we should be fine. So, I mean, unless there's an issue happening here in the loop, then we have an issue. Everything fades. But otherwise, I don't see any risk. Yeah, in a loop, you have to have an error handling. Otherwise, it's gonna break the whole loop. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's continue with the query. So back to SQL. So we have an idea for this one. We have the query for the industries. Yeah. So here we go. Which okay. Okay. Oh my God. Losing keys of the keyboard. Okay. So we have these two. So what companies are doing better in competition and what companies are an all-time low at significantly similar. Okay, this will be more interesting. Let's start with this. Short ratio. Maybe we should have. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's okay. So companies at 88% retracement. So the Fibonacci, there's a Fibonacci retracement. So if we look at, let's look, I don't know, we're gonna look at an example here. So this is an example for an ETF, technology ETF, and let's have a look at the retracements, what I mean with retracements. So there is such a thing as retracements, which are part of consolidation of a stock price. So I'm just trying to get familiar with this tool. Fib retracement, okay. So it's a very common trading tool. So it usually means that between a bottom and a top, there's usually a retracement, yeah, that happens, and this retracement usually is reflected in, or yeah, in a pullback to a specific percentage, which is usually one of the natural retracements. So these values here are values that are usually, these ratios are ratios that are represented in nature. So for example, in the structure of shells, the waves, leaves, flowers. So you can see that these ratios that you see here are usually represent nature, and the stocks behave in this. Usually, you can use these retracements to find a nice structure. Yeah. So for example, you can see that there's quite a significant. So if we go from here, you can see this is first block. You can see here we go to a second. Here we can kind of see a third, fourth, fifth, sixth. You can see this, yeah? Yeah, so you can see this is quite significant. So if we take it from the top here, we can see, for example, what happened now. So we went from up here to down here. You can see again, we have some sort of beauty in the retracement, yeah? And the same thing again now. So let's say we went from there. This was the top, this was the bottom, and you can see that we went up and we tested the first Fibonacci retracement. Yeah. So sometimes, or the most extreme retracement that you can see is the 886. So for example, when we went from let's say here, that's a 0. And we went, yeah, this went negative. So here. So for example, when we went from here, the bottom, the recent bottom to the top, you can see that we went down until the 786. Yeah. So this was the most extreme. 886 actually the most extreme that I know. So here actually probably we went to 80% again, 80.6. And the same can happen to a stock, like from an all-time high to an all-time low. It can go down 88%. So it's not uncommon. So if we look at an example, let's take this is the cannabis ETF, just looking at recently, and you can see that from the top to the bottom, can we actually do anything here? Can we? No. Can you measure? Yeah, so this was the top, and let's go down to the bottom. It's 90% down, yeah? So it's even a new low. So this is the lowest it has been. So 88% now will be relevant. So if we pull the Fibonacci retracement, let's pull it from the top to the bottom. Yeah, okay. There you go. Now you can see that the 88% retracement here is even relevant here. It tried to jump a few times. Here you have to start too long. Now this went much lower than the 88% from the top. It went down 92% as you saw. But it's when you have to start accumulating. So what I'm interested in is finding where we have at least 88% retracement between the all-time low and all-time high. So let's try to find that and see if we find anything interesting. So we do. First of all, let's see if everything is working. Oh no, it failed. Okay, it failed. Connection closed. Exception occurred. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Sorry, I copy pasted the. I copy pasted the item here. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Pasted the item. So here, of course, I don't have to use the item in the exception. In our case, I have to use the. Can I use the asset? Symbol. Should have checked before. Anyway. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to select all columns from stocks where let's do the following. Let's do where last price last is smaller then let's take 88%. Yeah, let's take 88% of the retracement. So we're gonna do all-time high price, all-time high minus all-time high price minus all-time low price. So we're gonna have the delta and then 0.88%. Alright, so maybe 86. Okay. And maybe let's add a condition. And let's say that we have to be at least 61% from the top. In absolute terms, so 618 is the first retracement, so I'll just put 60%. At the 618, yeah, so okay. Sorry. The price needs to be 618. Okay. Yeah, let's say at least down. And actually, let's see. Maybe we make it. We get a jackpot. So we're gonna add. Still growing company would be amazing. And margins operating over. Wow, that would be. I don't know. This makes sense. Maybe not. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, we get nothing. Let's see if it's actually working. Okay. What if we remove these two? Let me check. Okay. So pi less needs to be the smaller than all-time high minus 86. That's, yeah, quite aggressive. Of course, we won't necessarily find anything. And this price less, price all-time high needs to be smaller than the 600 retracement. Yeah, in absolute terms, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a tough one, but yeah, let's see. We'll see what we get. Actually, let's just make sure we print. So we print everything, but we also print how much the retrace, how much we are from all-time high. Yeah, so that's quite important. Just how much we are from all-time high, or how much we are. No, let's put how much we are in the retracement. So how much are we? We are at from top in the retracement. Yeah, so we have to do the price last. Actually, all-time high. Price all-time high minus the price last. Okay, so that's the upper part. Yeah, so need to add brackets here. So price all-time high, price last. So this is the upper part, and then divided by the whole. Okay. Okay. And here we will see the retracement. This will be interesting. Okay. Okay. So we also know. And I also would like to see, I'd like to see companies that are $886. Okay, 30%. That's what I want to see. Absolute retracement. Okay. Okay, we can see that we have something, yeah? So absolute retracement is okay. Let's make it be clear. So yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we can see here, these are companies that have almost failed. As management, it's a REIT, mortgage finance. Okay, it doesn't look so good. Let's see if we can identify YOLO. So we can have here something, we have here something a bit more interesting. Iron gold, P ratio 14, short interest. Okay, so these are interesting for sure. So 90% retracement here on this one. I want to see it. IAG. Oh man. Okay. So look. I don't think this is 80%, is it? Oh, maybe, yeah. Yeah, probably is. Yeah, this can't really go much lower. But as you can see, it already made a lower low. So from here, it went down to here, which is much lower, yeah? So no. But it's okay. I mean, usually 88% of retracement. from here to here as much. That's the thing. If you look at the situation now, right, it looks a bit different. Can we actually draw something? Fib. Trying to figure out how it works. Comparison indicator. Yeah, so I will be interested in seeing the attachment between this and this. That's why sometimes it's good to find it in absolute terms, absolute values, like we did here, because you still might find interesting companies. Not sure why this, I mean, 45% revenue growth, margin are great. Please. Not sure what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, not too helpful to be honest. Okay, you see? We found the error here and it was handled. It was the same as we had before. That's okay. So 13%. Yeah, so we can be much more strict with the criteria, considering we already have 10 results with only so little entries. 70p ratio is crazy. That's high. What we can do here is we can order by short interest descending. This doesn't look bad here. KFS. No. I don't think that was the right one, yeah? Ah, yeah, it was. So you can see all-time low was 2, so we're quite far from the all-time low. So maybe we can add a condition here as well. We can add a condition saying, sorry, and we shouldn't be more than, I mean, that's very relative here, how far we are from the bottom. No, I think it's fine. But maybe let's add P ratio between 0 and 50. I don't want anything exotic. Okay. There you go, it's a bit better. This is crazy. These companies are down so much considering their operating gross margins. I mean, this one is a bit embarrassing here. Maybe we need to add a 10% lease. Actually, even revenue growth, it's crazy. 50%, 60%. What's going on here? Yeah, I see. See, it's interesting. You can find out things that otherwise you couldn't. I mean, forget about asking ChatGPT directly. Okay, so this is very interesting here. So the low was somewhere 3. I mean, this was up to 500. Not sure what happened here. PE 17. So this is an asset manager. But you can see it was 3, went up a little bit, down. As soon as it gets to the 80% from 3, between 3 and 27, that's going to become interesting. Let's see if we can have a look at this in our charts. Install. What is this? We could potentially connect this one with a trading software. However, this will be very, very far, a very far reality. Latest, I guess. Yeah, it found some issues, yeah. So there are some issues, no time zone, symbol maybe deleted, might be, yeah. It's okay. I mean, 3,000 items, we only have 3-4 issues here so far. It's not the fastest, but I mean, you let it run for 2-3 hours and you're done. We could parallelize this. We could ask. Let's see. What happens? Want to have a look at this one? AIC. Let's have a look at some news. Okay, dividends, 7%. Not bad. I have sun in my eyes. 16%, great, 20%. Okay, we're at the 5th. Maybe we should have added a timestamp. How about adding a timestamp next time so we can have an idea how much longer it will take, yeah? So let's ask. Okay. Okay, so we need a library, datetime library, and we have this. Okay, let's do this. Import datetime. Come on, come on. This is the trading software I started. Okay, so import datetime. We have the timestamp here. We have to, of course, pull the timestamp at the moment where we are printing. Seriously? Time. Boom. Yeah, okay. We don't really. I need to take a break because I got visitors in the house. We finish afterwards, so progress. Okay, we don't need this, it's exaggerated. Daytime now. Okay, nice. So for the next run, we'll have this one. I saved it. We'll let it finish like this. I mean, we can estimate probably, but it's gonna take another hour. I wanted to have a quick look at this one. What was it? I. Nice. Okay, so look. As you can see, we can actually have a look here. Ah, okay, it already jumped. So you can see here from this one, it actually went. Let's have a look what it looks like. So if we do like a week, interesting, very interesting. Fibonacci, let's see from the bottom here. He went up to the top here. Okay, so you can see it went down to the 618. This is the 618 and then it stopped, yeah? Okay. So we're down at 618 and it stopped, and now it's kind of battling this resistance here, as you can see. There's a gap here, maybe it will fill. It doesn't look like a bad stock. I mean, doesn't probably, there's a big gap at the bottom here. Yeah, this would have been an interesting stock. Now it's a bit tricky. I mean, maybe a small quantity. You have to understand exactly why it's such a big downtrend. Probably would do something like this, you know. Okay, it's top. Yeah, this is quite a strong. Sorry, the software isn't too friendly. Okay, so yeah, you can see there's kind of a trend line doing this way. God damn, I can't select the trend line here. Yeah, maybe even. Unfortunately, maybe even something like this. God damn, garbage software here. Something like this probably, potentially, yeah? Yeah, because it needs to kind of go, no. I wanted to take this one. Okay. Something like this, and as you can see, there is this trend line here, here. There will be some pressure, so maybe it will be interesting to put like a an order here at the 886. So I will show you. So here, technically at least, there would be a retracement here at the 886. So 886 will be exactly here. So if one day it closes the gap here, it would be a buying opportunity. Yeah. Well, this is why you have to check the graph one by one. Okay, I'll continue afterwards when we're done. Okay, so we're back, and you can see that the program has finished, has completed 200% with a few errors. So we should have around 3,000 entries in our database. Let's quickly check. $2,965. Okay. So you can see that it looks pretty good. Remember that when we have a zero, it means the value was not present. So let's have a look if we can get our queries. Okay, so what industries are in a bull market or companies are in at an all-time high? So we already prepared this query. Here it is. Test it. So select the average distance from all-time high grouped by industry. So we have the average of the distance to all-time high. So sometimes we don't, when we use the other values, you can see that we have some nulls. So obviously P ratio is going to be non-present if it's negative. Yeah, so if earnings are negative, it's impossible. So we have, let's try it. So we have this query, test it. Okay, yeah, so shell companies have the price. These are, I think, specs. So these we can exclude because they are per se in usually set at a fixed price. So what do we have? So let's see, not found. 2 is a small sample size. We can see we have industrial distribution, oil and gas is pretty high. For an average, it's pretty high, right? I mean, the whole industry is at 84% all-time high, all of the average. It's really, really high. So we definitely have some bull markets. I mean, I would say everything above 80 is definitely in a bull market. So interesting. Let's see what the not found is, to be honest. So we're going to do select star, and we're going to add, let's first of all deactivate this row. So let's take, we want to see how far this stuff is from there. These stocks are from an all-time high. Here. Where industry is not found. Okay, that's okay. Interesting. Okay, as you can see, most of these are actually very close to an all-time high. Crazy. Interesting, these don't have an industry. I wonder why. Maybe we have to fix. As you can see, it's not perfect. Yeah, you can see it's blank. Let's see what the... it's a fund, that's why. It's a fund. Yeah, we should have excluded funds, huh? Okay, we should have excluded funds, definitely. Yeah. I wonder if we had the opportunity to exclude funds here or not. Anyway, we can add a filter, but for now we're just gonna exclude all the ones that have not found. I mean, we can ignore them because it seems to be a mixed bag. However, as you can see, the funds are definitely, most of them, at an all-time high. It's crazy. I think it's just the fact that people are investing in funds, and the funds are selecting some, probably not all, of the companies within the industry, leading to basically leading to some companies being at an all-time high, like these funds are, and some within the industry that are not. So it looks like it's reflected in this way. So people buy funds, and funds redistribute by buying their holdings. It's crazy, because as you saw, the fund per se has a much higher. The fund per se had a much higher 86%. I mean, it's definitely higher than the rest. So it's crazy. I have never thought about that. Okay, so here you can see the effect of the mania of putting money into funds. Very interesting. It's quite a few high averages, I would say. Drug manufacturing general. Okay, very interesting. Okay, so we can see we have definitely a bull market. Companies in the bull market, they can rate us. Okay, so here we had the industry, and here we're gonna check for the companies that are going to be close. Okay. Yeah. And we have how many? 63 total. Interesting. Very interesting. We have all of these. Banks, asset management. Interesting. Banks and asset management are leaders. Maybe insurance and then construction. Okay. Insurance, construction, and bank and asset management. Okay. Yeah, so you saw it here. Let's see. We don't have the highest short interest, so definitely REITs, Auto, Omega. So these are the ones that can still pop a little bit. You know, HI, okay, very high interest. I mean, quite high interest to be honest, 10%. These are the ones that you could potentially play. So HP, for example, if you go have a look at HP, definitely looks like it could go retest its all-time high, although it already has retested it, as you can see here. So maybe not ideal. Seems like a rounding top more than anything else. Yeah, as you can see, these are just ideas. I wouldn't take a trade on them. So let's see what is closest. 98% here. Remember, we selected all the stocks that are at 98% or something like this from all-time high or small. Okay, today, as you can see, it's already down a little bit. Interesting. Yeah, there's quite a few points to retest here. Don't like it. Let's see one that has terrible. No, actually, let's look at one that has good numbers. So good margin. So operating, as you can see, it's like pretty great, pretty good margins. I mean, I understand this company are at all time. Look at this one, 42. Growth is it's growing, great margin. What is it? Atlas Corp. Okay, don't know it. 12 P is not even that high. Crazy. I mean, this could potentially double. Look at this one, 7. Even crazier, 7. This one can definitely jump. Okay, have a look. Yeah, you saw it's having a hard time here at the top. However, it looks like this point here has never been tested yet. So this is definitely a potential good long. So this point here hasn't been tested. This has been today. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely at all-time high, so it's gonna test everything at the top. So for example, if it should fall below this level here, it will most likely go retest these points here at the top, because you can see that the tips have been tested already. Probably, I would say this line here has not been tested. It has been tested here at the start, but on the way down, no. So definitely, I would take a risk here, probably from this level, take an entry that it would touch here before going down. So this is how you can use this. So what else do we have? Let's start with this one. So we have the retracements. Let's have a look. What's going on? Who knows? Okay, finding nothing. Interesting. Interesting. So price last. Ah. Price all time high minus 15. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, yeah, I understand there's potentially nothing here. Just, oh, really? This must be this one. So 185. Okay. The price last is smaller than price all time high. Yeah, it's correct. Let's say 40. Ah, this would be correct. A retracement. Interesting. Oh, wow. What's going on? So, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, yeah, so 185, yeah? Okay. So, the price ask must be smaller. Then, of course, this is not possible, but this one. So it will make it very small. Ah, okay, yeah, sorry. There you go. Yeah, okay. So we said at least 618 retracement. Eight. Let's try. Interesting. That's quite a lot. 886. 73. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. So all of these. And let's try to fix it. Yeah, try to get the growing companies. And with a good margin, let's see what we find. Crazy. 30 companies. Short interest. No. Do you want to lose this order? Buy short interest. Yeah, from largest. Interesting. Canada Goose could give us a pump. Oh, looks interesting. It's already up today. Has been holding the line here a few times. Potentially interesting. PE, okay, still a high PE actually. Huh. But let's have a look. What do we have here? Okay, interesting. As you can see, the retracement is somewhere 886, because this is 100% to here. This is 75. This here is probably, oh, it's quite a lot. And in absolute terms, we're down 80%. Yeah, however, this can go even lower because the PE ratio. I mean, let's have a quick look. It might hold the line because PE ratio, yeah, is on Yahoo is 42. Margins, yeah, margin is a bit slim, but revenue is not bad. So I think this one is worth a shot. This one is crazy. Why is this one with a P ratio of 2, the margin of 41 and a growth of 30 down so much? Something must be going on with this one, right? So this is basically this, what it means to work. Okay, it's up 2%. I don't even know what they do. Cancers, oh, okay. Not sure what they do. It doesn't look too bad. I mean, I'm not investing in pharma. But per se, this one could take a shot. This time. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's go look at the daily. It's going to be interesting because we want to check. So you can see that 100, if we can somehow get down back to this level here, there will be pretty much 886 from the top here, and we should have another bounce. One could start nibble here, 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 and here. Just maybe, you know, a fourth, half, and a full unit, and let it ride. I mean, maybe provided there's going to be a little bit of an investigation to make sure the company is okay. Okay. What else do we have that is not biotechnology? So, no, personal services. Mr. Car Wash. Interesting. PH 25, quite high to be honest. Deutsche Bank. Wow. Short interest, pretty high. Numbers are not, I don't know, we would have to compare with the average of banking industry. Dr. Gold. This one also is not bad. I mean, Dr. Gold is paying you 88% dividend. I'm not sure if this is correct, but yeah. So you can see these are starting to bounce, but who knows what happened here. Yeah, needs a little bit of investigation. The next Credit Suisse, let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, probably down 88% since the last bottom here. However, never went to 88 from here, so depends. From here, we are getting down to, yeah, 76. Maybe we can get down here to 886. Yeah. Otherwise, we have an 886 potentially here, a 9 or 10. But it is undervalued per se. I mean, I'm sure there are some fundamental issues with this bank, because it wouldn't be that low probably. And you can see here, it's probably justified to go down and test these points again once or twice. Yeah. So you can see it has had its fair share of scandals. Even by looking at the stock. Okay. So dividend on Deutsche Bank is 3%. Not too bad. Okay. So NatWest Group here is also down quite a lot. It's paying a little bit of a dividend. Margins are definitely better than Deutsche Bank. P ratio is also very low, even for a bank. To give you an idea, Credit Suisse has a P ratio of around 13. We can actually check. Let's check banks. So let's just compare the banks, yeah? So select, okay, okay, so now what we can do is we could, let me quickly check the absolute retracement here, which is, Zymeworks is here again. Deutsche Bank, Safehold, okay, interesting, very similar. Grinder here. Grinder, not too bad. I mean, margin's a bit low, yeah, low, but it's not bad, to be honest. Why is there no P ratio? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty crazy. I mean, went up to 40 and then it went down to 4. Crazy. So let me have a look at the drop here. Now, can't really go that back that much. It's crazy. Let me try. So somewhere hit there, and the top was somewhere here. Crazy how it just stayed down. Let's have a look. For hourly. Oh, it went down to do a double bottom here. Interesting. So where it was, it went down all the way down to the double bottom. It closed the gap again. As you can see, there was a gap here. It went to close it. There's, unfortunately, it looks like there's a gap here. So not sure. There's a gap here, which we're probably gonna test again, maybe, or maybe it's just a gap and go, and maybe a few years it will go back there. I don't know. Kind of looks like there's a little bit of a trend line here that was broken, however, so maybe not a bad idea to get in here at 565. So, I mean, these are low risk right plays because, as you can see, they are. Okay, so earning per share is negative still. Okay, P ratio is absent. Earnings is negative. So, see, 73, margin 16. How is that? Let me check. Okay, grinder. Okay, so grinder, what do we have? It's falling down the cliff a little bit. Ah, wow. Okay, yeah. So they have quite a lot of debt that's dragging them down into negative territory. Wow. Okay, yeah. Maybe this has to be this. We should consider this next time. I mean, yeah. I guess the operating margin isn't great. Yeah. I mean, to use, it's great in this case. But as you can see, they are increasing having to pay. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go back down here to test this area. Okay, to close the gap. Cool, I guess this was an example. Now I would like to have a look at maybe this. What companies are doing better than competition yet have lower valuation? Yeah, we just saw that unfortunately the operating margin isn't the best one, but let's have a look. So let's have a look at banks. So select star everything. No, actually select symbol, name, where, from stocks, where, industry, equal, banks. I don't know, something banks, yeah? So I just look at banks. Okay. Nice, got nothing back, so it's because we have to write like, not equal, but like in this case. So we have 146 banks. It's a Brazilian bank. Okay. Now, what do we have? We have P ratio, margins, gross, margins, operating, okay. Okay, margins gross we can't really use. Okay. Nice. Now, I can refresh. Nice. Okay, there was a refresh button. Okay. So, as you can see, it's a bit difficult to read, right? So I would start by eliminating everything that has a margin operating of 0. Greater than 0. Opa. What is this? There you go. Okay. State 142. Okay, cool. Nice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to check. I mean, is this all the same industry? Okay, it's not the same industry. Okay, it's okay. So there are regional and probably larger banks, yeah. Okay, doesn't matter. We'll just classify them as one. So what we're going to do is we're going to check which ones have, let's say, have a below average price to earning ratio with an above average margin, short interest, and dividend. Actually, we can add revenue growth as well, right? Interesting. Okay. So we're going to check. And PE ratio, we want it to be smaller than the average of all, right? So select average, PE ratio from stocks, where industry, like banks, And margins operating. Okay. Okay, we have 131 that are above average. 131. Sorry, they're below average. This makes sense. 142. And the PE ratio. So, sorry, what's the PE ratio like here? Is there some weird number or what? Yeah, okay, so we have some weird numbers. Okay, let's just exclude everything that below 26, otherwise we're gonna be in some special cases, yeah? And so just look at traditional banks. P ratio. For a bank, 30. I've never seen a bank with more than 30. Okay. Okay. We're gonna add another one here. Should have more or less half of them. Okay, so 81. 81 are below average. Okay, so we have a few winners. We have 40% are above average and 80 below. So we have few winners and many losers. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so we have the criteria for so then the price of the company is below average, but above average. How about that? Let's try. So we're gonna have the same, but this time we're gonna have margins. And then we're gonna have larger. And then we're gonna have the growth. Okay. Nice. I hope we don't have anything special in here. Let's have a look if we have some special numbers here. No, 68 is fine. Okay, yeah, we're kind of, okay, a bit skewed here with the, let's remove everything above 100, come on. So revenue growth, we exclude everything above 100. In general, let's remove that. Oh no. I removed. So pH is, but the margins. Okay, and the revenue growth as well. There you go. Okay, so if you ask me, this looks good. So the price per se is below average. But above average So look, so we have 22 cases, huh? Interesting. Now ordering by short interest. Yeah, I mean, short interest is not crazy. But yeah, here you can see. Okay, we can exclude these special things here, which I don't know what they are. But here you can see, interesting. Okay, I'm sure this dividend here must be wrong. But you can see here that if you hold the Royal Bank of Canada, it gives 3% dividend. Is that correct? Let's see. Royal Bank of Canada. 6%. Must be wrong there. Where are we going? P ratio crazy. Yeah, I mean, I've seen these banks are struggling. Canadian banks. NatWest is also here. And there's a gap here. This is probably where it's headed. Down another 8%. Oh man, can't. I mean, it's going up, so it was in worse shape. These are the resistances. It's jumping on, it's reversing trend, as you can see. Not sure if it's gonna retest or fill this gap. It looks like a good buy to me because you can stay, I mean, you can double check the values, but you saw yourself that we have, yeah, kind of a reversal of trend probably to see where it goes. See, there's like this trend line here. Maybe it goes to close the gap. Let's see. Maybe it could. It didn't close here. Also, here I don't know if this one's gonna close. This one closed. There was no gap here. There's a gap here. Not sure. It's quite far. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Anyway, worth putting an order if you ask me. Here, it looks like the bank itself is showing decent numbers, to be honest. P ratio is completely fine. Margins operating look fine. Short interest is quite high, which is good. In dividend, it's 4%. Maybe I can add a column to show to order. Oh. Did I lose it? Oh no, don't tell me I lost this query. Oh yeah, this is the problem when you don't use a software. There you go, it's gone. Didn't paste it, no? Didn't paste it. Let's try it again. This time we're gonna add the distance. We're gonna Add the distance. So we're gonna add how far. So anyway, folks. Okay. Okay, there we go. Interesting here. We need to add the conditions. So we need to have the average. The PE ratio needs to be below, right? Yeah, okay. Below. And then we need the whole thing again. There you go. Yeah, so we have the condition for the PE ratio. We have the revenue growth. And we have the margins operating. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So we have it. Finished. Now I want to show, actually, I would like to show, so we have how much further away we are from the PE ratio, and we can check how much further away we are from the average revenue growth and average margin operating. So let's just show that number. So let's do how far the PE ratio is compared to the average between these two. Yeah. So let's first check that this works. Okay, something is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong here. Okay, it works. Okay. See if it makes sense. Okay. Okay. So we need to compare so I need to check the revenue growth, how much the PE ratio is, how distant the PE ratio is from the average compared to how distant the revenue growth and the margins are. I would say on average, we average those two. Okay, so let's order by. Okay, it's gonna be a mess. So this is the average, yeah? So we're gonna have the margins operating divided by the average, right? Oh. So this is the first one. Then we have The same thing for the revenue growth. As you can see, I'm just using a normal Notepad software, nothing fancy. Okay, so we have a ratio here between this and the average, and we sum these two, right, and divide them by 2. So let's do 2 parentheses here and here. Okay, so we have the average growth here, right? Descending. Okay, let's just add this one even as a S2. It's the first one. I mean first. Okay. There you go. So this is margin delta ratio. And the other one is the revenue ratio. Growth ratio. Yeah? Okay. So look, if let's start with this one. So we're just gonna, maybe we can add the P ratio. How about that? We do the same with the P ratio. P ratio divided by the average. P ratio. Ratio. Let's try if this works. We're gonna have some rounding to do, I guess. Yeah. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Maybe remove the order first. Okay, this worked at least. Let's maybe add some rounding, yeah? How about that? Oh, round. There you go. Gonna add a round here. Two. And we're gonna add a round here. Opa. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, we know that this order by doesn't work still. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we can see here we have some ratios. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, so you can see below 1, and these are all above 1, yeah? So about the average. Ooh, look at the growth of this one. Banco Latinoamericano de Comer. of eating. What's the P ratio? This 6. It's crazy revenue growth. Margins are crazy. This fantastic bank. What is this? Man, look at this bank. Okay. It definitely has some room to grow and test the next resistance here. You can see this is a major resistance here. All right. Yes, I'm pretty sure this will be tested, yeah? It's just consolidating here a little bit. Consolidate, maybe go retest this one. Very interesting find here. You can see here that it probably went down. No, I want to remove all of them. You can see here that it went back to the 886. Look at this. Dark 100% back 886 2020. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is the way it goes. I mean, from here, look at 2003, pretty crazy. Went up 100%, went down, back down here to whatever, 80% again. So things don't always go up. But here, I mean, with the values that we see, with this trend line that looks pretty clean, to be honest. I mean, obviously it could go And of course, there's some fundamental analysis, but as an idea, you can see that this seems to be a solid bank, to be honest. I don't know, depends where it's from. Something like this, yeah. So you can see there's no extra resistance there. Okay. Maybe slightly lower. Maybe slightly higher, somewhere there. Or here. More likely here, but let's see. I mean, pretty sure it's gonna touch this. This is a wall here. Then maybe play around here, but it looks good. I mean, you can play with it. Gives you what? 4.4% dividend. PLX, what is it? What is it? Panama, oh. Latam, okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, the slogan is pretty strong, to be honest. Wouldn't mind investing. I will buy something here. Okay, so you can see you can make interesting finds using our tool anyway. We were doing here something, yeah, so we have our SQL. We've added the rounding. So we have here an ordering, order by. Plus divided by 2. What is this? So the average. Look at this. It's spot number 2. Crazy. Okay, now we have to maybe compare it with so the P ratio must be lowest. So the greatest result is when the P ratio here needs to be as low as possible and the growth ratio is as high as possible, right? So to get the highest number, we have to take the ratio and divide it by the P ratio, right? So we're gonna divide it by the P ratio. This whole thing, we're gonna divide it by the P ratio. So let's just remove this. Divide by, what is it? There you go. Yes. And we need it to be so the greatest number, so the sending is correct, yeah. Let's maybe show this number, how about that? Oh man. Let's first see if this works. Crazy, look at this. I don't know what these are. Oh, this is a better one. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, okay. Let's put it here. And we call this, what do we call this? First of all, let's add a rounding here. Oh man. Wish me luck. And we call this just delta. Okay, yeah, this is crazy SQL. And it's getting late as well, so Okay, so we have our deltas here. I'm not gonna touch these ones. I mean, I'm just out of curiosity gonna look at these ones. I don't even know where they are. Can't even find them. Yeah, I'm not gonna look for them. It doesn't matter. So HSBC, really? Wow, look at this number. So this query, I can potentially run it every day and see what flags, right? Obviously, you can expand it, right? I mean, we can consider the dividend as well, right? I mean, there's also dividend ratio. You can check which one has the higher dividend compared to the average. And then you can see, okay, this is a bit less attractive, 1%. But I mean, that 20%, I mean, 4%, Banco. Let's check if this is correct. Okay, BLX. Where can we see the dividend? Let's have a look. 4.4. Even in interactive broker gives us the same number, so it should be fine. Yeah, I mean, this is the list. BBA also doesn't look bad. I mean, 2, obviously much bigger difference than a 4. Crazy difference, to be honest. Maybe, and I mean, the dividend doesn't really matter as much as the margin and growth. Maybe we need to, just as a margin of safety, I mean, these are all pretty good. I mean, to be honest, maybe we need to consider market cap larger. How big is this one? Oh, it's a small one. Very small one, actually. How about the Royal Bank of Canada? We might want to expand this query with a filter for market cap, just because maybe safer to consider the market cap in our delta here. Just because I am observing a consolidation in the banks, right? I mean, smaller banks are struggling more. And it looks like these are smaller banks. However, you can see that technically it doesn't look bad. It's above this trend line, so you can play this trend line anyway. This is going to be your resistance. If it falls down, you play this trend line, but I mean, the values look good. I mean, if there's no crisis, then it should be fine. Price to book 0.7, price to earnings 6. Extreme growth. It's enabling trade in South America. Has a lot of potential. So you can see with this approach, you have unlimited potential. I mean, we did this for banks, right? And we did this at New York Stock Exchange. You can potentially do this for the whole world, for all listed companies in the whole world, and identify potential multi-baggers or just opportunities in general, and understand how things are going. For example, you will see that the US stock market has a much more bullish trend compared to rest of the world. So yeah, so this has been a demonstration. And to recap, what we did is we installed the software, we installed Python, we installed the SQL software infrastructure, so the database infrastructure. We used a simple notepad to prepare our little program. The idea was to use ChatGPT to write our program, get information from the web, fill our own database, and then play with data and find opportunities. So use ChatGPT to write Python code. This we did. Retrieve all your stock data from via free API. We didn't pay anything and it worked. Store your data on a local database. We did this. We wrote the queries. And in our case, we did a few examples. And the last thing, as I showed, is potentially putting a trade. So, for example, here, what I would do is I would just put a few trades in here, sell here, buy here. That's it. Looks like there's an interesting line here that needs to be tested. Has never been tested, so definitely a good opportunity. So this will be enough for, this will be a successful use of ChatGPT to identify for free opportunities in the market. Of course, as you saw, you can expand the model by a lot, considering many more parameters. However, this is already a solid tool, and as you can see, it can help you a lot to analyze the companies. Yeah, this is definitely a good start, I think. So, and we did this in one day, right? I mean, I have really basic knowledge in Python. I mean, basic knowledge, Python knowledge, and I haven't been using it for a while. But with the help of ChatGPT, we get all the code. I think we wrote this program in what? In 2 or 3 hours, right? 3 or 4 hours maybe. Okay, it's 100 lines with the whole infrastructure. If I wanted to run this, to prepare this without ChatGPT, it would have taken me, I think, twice as much. Maybe 3 times. 3 times as much. I mean, I even explained it. Of course, I'm gonna be a bit slower, but I'm sure. Yeah, I did it. I prepared it in a third of the time. Yeah, and of course I could copy paste everything. Actually, let's try this. Let's see what it gives me. Hi chat. I like to write hi chat. Absolutely wrong to do so. Hi chat. Can you refactor the following code? No. You see? No, stop generating. Oh, is it Shift Enter? Yeah, okay. Let's see what it does. There was an error generating response. Is there an alternative shorter code? What is it doing? Okay, something is not right. Let's check again. There you go. Can I copy this? Let's have a look at the difference. So this one is 112 lines. I mean, is it really improved? This is if it's much longer. Okay. Okay, so it has created. Okay, yeah. So it has created functions. Okay. Yeah, it's probably more efficient. Let's compare. So let's try the first one and see how much it takes to get to the first. What is it? The first 200, yeah? No, the first 100. Opa. Let's see what it takes to get to the first 100 items. Let's go have a look what it's doing. Yeah, okay. Oh man, made a mistake. Should have. Okay, let's do something. It's much faster if we just quickly change to much faster if we just change to 20. Actually, we changed to 15. Yeah. Needs to be a string. Pure string, daytime now, daytime. Oh, okay, sorry. Got one. No, it's not gonna work because I need to do it here as well. Okay, now it should work. Okay, so this is fine, and this we're gonna add same. So we're gonna have the connection. Connection command. Okay, clear. It's using a function, clear, stop, something like this. Okay, I'm gonna add this here. Same spot. And then we're gonna add at 15. Okay. What did it take us? So 22:13, so it took us 16 seconds, yeah? 17 seconds. So to 1%, it took us, actually, let's just take this. So it takes us 48 seconds, yeah? To get to 1%, 48 seconds. Now let's have a look at the other one. Oh. Yeah, as you can see, it's not perfect. It's printing way too many. Okay, I didn't understand the printing thing. Yeah, the print takes a lot of resources. So I'm not a fan of this. It's gonna be slower. You know what we're gonna do? Just add this. Yeah, okay, so it forgot to add this, to be honest. be fair. "48 seconds we need to beat." Oh. Count initiated with 0. Okay, then. Okay, it starts. Try. Main. Ah, okay. It doesn't matter. Need the extra count actually. Still have to beat 48. I mean, it has ordered it. It has created functions, different functions for different purposes, and then it just calls them. I mean, I don't see this. "48 seconds, huh? Yeah, we have beaten it. I mean, it took... so no, 50 seconds it took. Sorry, didn't see it. So it took 50 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it's not fast. There you go. Didn't beat me. And to be honest, I mean, yeah, okay, it's calling the functions, whatever. It just structured it. You can see the purpose. It makes it more readable. Just, yeah, that's okay. I'm fine with it. Both are okay. Maybe like the query. Let's see, the query looks better. The query is more readable here. Yeah. Insert query into values. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was okay to be honest. It added a error handling each function. Definitely better. Yeah, better. But for this small program, I think this is fine to be honest. Okay, thank you for watching. Hope you learned something from it.